Hey VOD viewers, give me a minute. YouTube doesn't seem to be loading my live stream. Alright, where were we? Oh yeah, I didn't know if I wanted flame particles to penetrate or not, right? That was the thing. Hey Donut.
Hi.
This was cool, wasn't it? That's funny. Interesting that you can shoot the particles behind you. It's not how the other bullets work. Why does it do that with flamethrowers? How Mystic? Are you feeling better today? Why does the flamethrower do this, but the other guns don't? It also only seems to do that to the right. Never noticed. Right and down is correct. Kinda. Really, they should be getting shot in the direction that the flamethrower is being shot at. I guess it's just shooting to 0-0. Yeah, it looks like when you're shooting within, it just defaults to shooting to the right. Probably should fix that. Because the other guns don't do that. Should be easy enough, right? How are you guys doing? Is it because it's a basic gun? Let me see. We must have some other basic guns, right? SMG, dagger, shotgun. Oh, maybe it's a predicted gun thing. So does the sniper rifle also shoot to the right? Just a little... Okay, it's nice to hear it's at least a little better. Oh yeah, the predicted guns do this too. I should fix that. Yeah, okay, let's fix that. It's because of this. You haven't coded in a while, you want to go back, your mind is fighting you. I'd just rest then. Just accept that you need a break. I think that's okay. You can't go to the gym every day. it's not this. Ah. Here we go. You hyperfixated on the word fighting too much, now you're not sure if it's a real word. Yeah, it sounds like you need a break, dude. The predicted angle defaults to 0. But it means that if you're shooting from within the gun, it doesn't actually generate like something to replace that 0, so it's just defaulting to the right. What I can do is this. I don't know if this is quite the right way to do it. Let's see how that feels. You shouldn't really be shooting your gun from within anyway, but let's see how that looks. Yeah, revolver, I think. Yeah, this bit's not perfect yet. How's it look with the sniper rifle? Can you shoot down? I'm not really expecting people to aim like this, but it's just, it makes sense that the bullet at least comes out at the end of the gun, you know? If for whatever reason there's something like right in front of them and they end up shooting like this. This is weird. I think it's because of that extra Y offset. It's not taking into account the Y offset somewhere. Or I could adjust this. Like if this becomes 0.1, for example, how does that look? Break from what you haven't been doing anything at all. You don't sound rested. A break from doing anything, yeah. Just like take the day off and rest. Watch some TV or something. Play some games. Okay, obviously that helps a little bit, but... You're predicted, aren't you? Yeah, I think it's the extra Y offset on the flamethrower that's making this weird. How do I calculate this? Maybe I need to use angled vector. You've not been doing anything, just watching YouTube all day. Have you managed to go outside? It's really sunny. Here, at least. Go for like a bike ride or something. Go to a cafe. I don't think programming is something as a hobby you should force yourself to do. I think that's unhealthy. Do you not have other hobbies you might want to work on? Other projects? Have you done any baking? Like cooking? You can make like some cookies or something. I think I need to calculate it from start position. Sounds so good. Start position, target position, start minus entity. Maybe. Because now this takes into account the wild so. Yes, you did. I don't know what you want me to say, dude. I'm not gonna tell you to force yourself to do something you're not interested in. This is not clearly it. Oh, yeah, this isn't it. You could just do it, you know. Just open your program and start working on it and see if you get into flow state. It's not gonna hurt. Okay, that's perfect. Sometimes I can do smart things. I think that's a pretty good fix. Nice work, Willem. Oh, no worries, me. You're doing a great job, me. Just take it easy, remember? There's no hurry or rush to these things. If you don't feel rested after a week of sitting around, maybe you need 2 weeks rest, you know? Don't be afraid to take time off. I remember there's a difference between I can't be asked and like I don't want to. Because there's things I can't be asked to do that I'll do. And I know once I've done them for a bit, I'll be into it, like I'll be fine, but I just have to get started. That's fine. But when I really hate the idea of something, and then forcing yourself to do it is less exciting. Like if you can't be asked to go to the gym, but you know you should, it's good to go, right? But if like you're feeling really fucking tired and you know you're just gonna waste your day, then it's not worth it. Hey Flowly, you've been waiting. Well, hello, I'm here. I just fixed a bug with firing predicted weapons I've apparently not noticed in a while. So, that's nice. Let me have a look at my to-do list. There were a number of things. I think I want to get working on particle emitters. My fringe has gotten a bit long. Look at it. Why does it do that? This is annoying me. I could do this. Why is it like you have like a hairband? Doesn't really work. Kinda works. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, we should make the particle emitter. And also maybe add like a bullet penetration component. Actually, that'd be easier. So we should start with something easy so we can get like an easy win, right? That's what you call penetrative. Penetrance. You added depth sorting. You made it a cube instead. You made it hollow because it looks cleaner. You're talking about your own renderer. Yeah, I remember. I remember. Nice work, dude. So, let me see. Weapon. We should add a penetration count to some weapons. Like, I feel like a charged sniper rifle should have penetration shots, but we haven't worried about charging yet. It's not really a thing right now. If charging's even a thing, I don't know about that one. Certainly think the melee weapon could. Just add like a penetration 3 on this. And to the flamethrower as well. Oh. No, whatever. Oh, this is okay. It was a bit of a struggle because you wanted to render one cube point off and the points and vertices of raw data in an array. When you were cycling through the array, it was constantly missing a point. Oh, where was it doing that? You know? You are overstepping a number because arrays start at 0 and you are overstepping, you change the number and you fixed it. Oh, you're starting at 1. Yeah, that's a very, did JavaScript do that or Python? I don't remember. Most things start at 0 in C++, yeah. And most languages, to be honest. There's a handful of popular ones that don't, which I think screw some people up a bit. Except for Lua. Does Lua start at 1? Lure and MATLAB. Yeah. This is one of my favorite albums, I think. I'm so glad I own it. I have this on CD, I can just listen to this whenever. Isn't that sick? You're not the best at vectors because you kind of skimmed it. What do you mean? You know how to make a bullet delete from it? You kindly reword your prompt. Do you mean STD vector? Do you mean STD vector? Because you've been talking about 3D maths. I'm just curious. You can just remove. There is just a remove function. Yes, you can just remove stuff. Have a look. Look on CPP reference. Look, I'll even link it for you. They're called arrays. Yeah. Have a look here. If you ever have trouble, this website is community driven, and we'll usually have the answer. So yeah, erase. Yeah, don't invalidate your index. You remember not to erase while you're iterating, okay? You shouldn't iterate over something while resizing it, okay? So don't have a for loop that iterates over the vector, and then within that for loop, delete stuff from it, okay? Or try it and see what happens. Hopefully it throws an error. I don't know if it will, guaranteed, but you should get a concurrent modification error, but I don't know if that's guaranteed. Java will definitely tell you off. Whatever. Restoring indices to elements that lie after the one you removed, there will be one off. Yeah. Things don't maintain their position. If you delete something at number 4, everything afterwards I think gets shifted back by 1. The element that was at 5 is now at 4. It's like Afrorabbit is also such a good album. Dada Kyodan, the Akaboshi Rockets. Is there a better band? Why would you pit 2 bad bitches against each other? Toho bands are all good. Can't believe Misky Works videos still only have like 1,000 views though. Misky Works is so good. And they only made like one or 2 albums, I think. That was not a long-lived circle. A shame. There's some common ground between physics and collision system. I kind of feel like I should have something doing this better. I need to make sure that the alt does that as well. Yeah, you can use pop and swap. It does mean that the last element is now in a random spot in the vector though, right? So if you're relying on positions, then it's a little rough, but if you're using vectors, yeah. I'm still ordering. If you're using the vector as an unsorted collection, that's actually a really good. It's a good way of doing it. I should remember that. Oh, yeah, I mean, if you've got bullets in a vector, maybe you don't care about order that much, so maybe that's a really good suggestion for this use case. I guess it only works if it's const auto const. Which I can't have it here because I actually want to modify it directly. I guess I could have made use of ref. Interesting, I was able to kill 2 mice there with 1 stone. Alright, let's see. Flamethrower. This should be able to go through things now. Looks like it. It's regardless of the enemy is hit stun, I think. Yeah, like we destroy it if it runs out, which might make more sense than it just doing 0 damage. You like the feedback of the flames disappearing on hit? Yeah, well they go through things now. There are impact particles, we just need to spawn more of them. They're really small because they are under the enemy. It should be spawning impact particles. Did you see these little flashes? The flamethrower should also have those. It's the same thing you see when you see a wall. Oh yeah, I was thinking of making it so flamethrower particles bounce off walls. Or at least move along them as if like the player is the one. So if I shot against the wall, it would keep moving that way. Hard to see them in the same color, yeah. That's polished though. Fair play. Actually, maybe it's not spawning the on-hit particles when it's penetrating. I think I saw that. Yeah, look, we can add that. Successfully gaslit. Yeah, no, now it's working the way it should. We now have an effective AoE weapon. Debug mode, my beloved. It fixes the FPS for you. Damage over time's a little broken right now. Like, it's really strong. I have a feeling that it is creating way too many particles per frame. The afterburn effect does run out, yeah. It's on a second timer, not on like a tick timer. But I'm just making it last for like 10 seconds because it looks nice for debug. My, what I'm gonna do now, thanks for reminding me, is make it so instead of instantly setting on fire, it should be based on a, should be based on like a bucket that gets filled. I just have a feeling that it's spawning a lot more particles than it should be sometimes. There's that sprite being slightly off by 1. Anyway, this ignited thing. I don't know how to name this. Eat. Yeah, alright, alright. What's the word in physics for when something catches fire? Is it just called ignition point? I guess fire is used for a lot of words, huh? I probably don't have like a sets fire component, do I? Yeah, we just have this. So instead of bullet type fire, I'm going to start using a component. Say inflamed because inflamed sounds really cool. And this could also modify damage per, like burn damage and stuff. And ticks. Like if you're ignited by like a blue flame, it might do more damage than a red flame or something. I don't know. But you can just do heat applied for now. I'll refactor the like spawn alt thing in the future. Auto ignition temperature. Oh, ignition point. Is it not called ignition point? Kindling point. This is auto ignition. Oh, flash point. It's called flash point. Okay, I should call it flash point, I guess. I'm just gonna call it flashpoint, because flashpoint sounds cool, doesn't it? I mean, ignition points is fine as well. I don't know. Commonly confused with auto ignition temperature. Well, it's not spontaneous combustion. It's being hit with a flame or a spike, so auto ignition is not correct, right? It could be fire point. It's for at least 5 seconds. A flashpoint only ignites briefly. Sometimes confused with. I think I'm just going to use flashpoint and heat because it sounds cool. That makes sense. It just sounds cool. There's also, I was thinking, like, I could combine ignition, ignited and igniting. And then it's actually your heat that goes down. Could still do that, I guess. Because then essentially you're cooling it down to the point where it no longer does damage. Maybe I'll do that. Because originally I was thinking it would go between igniting and ignited. But maybe this makes sense. Instead of time until extinguished, we have heat and flashpoint and stuff. And burn damage could be on the same thing as cooldown, maybe. The same timer. Don't know. Because then essentially it's just a check of if fire point. Yeah, the 5 seconds thing is key there. I could call it fire point. And then I could just say this. We could have ignited. We could have a fire point. Let's say it is something like 10. Damage per burn, heat loss on cooldown. Damage per... I still want to call it tick. Tick's not quite right. Well, you call it a burn tick, like as a gamer. You say like, oh, the burn, the damage over time is ticking. But then tick is kind of an overloaded term. Event, damage per... Synonym for tick. Moment, instant, click. Beat. A flash. A burn, yeah. But then I was gonna use that for the same timer for cooling down and dealing damage. Which I think kind of makes sense. You know, if you need to be hit above 10 burning point, you'd expect to tick at 10, take 1 bit of damage, and then immediately get cooled down again. Maybe you'd buff it a little bit, so like when you ignite something, you'd give it like an extra 10 burn or something, so it lasts like a little longer. It just stops it from being super OP. I guess I can call it burn. I don't know about that. Timer tick. It's annoying because tick is kind of the right word. It's just not the right word because it will be confused with tick as like a game thing. Burst. Damage interval. Heat loss on interval. Heat loss per damage? No. Damage per interval. I think I can use interval. That kind of works. Heat loss per interval, damage per interval, time between intervals, up until the next interval. And then we can do this. We can also get a bonus heat upon hitting fire point. Bonus heat on ignition. Kind of like ignition point, I'm gonna be honest. I know it's not scientifically accurate, but also my mice have flamethrowers. You know? If I think of ignition point, it's like, that's when it's on fire. Combustion point? On combustion? Maybe. I like this. Technically correct. Maybe I'll leave it like this to make it not correct then. Sometimes it's fun to do stuff that's not correct. On combustion. And you can play a particle when something gets ignited, like a whoosh, you know? I think this is all pretty cool. I need to rewrite this a little bit. We... Oh, this is cooling down. Health needs to have a damage dealing function on it. An Adventure Time episode. Okay. Let me think about this then. So everything that's ignited, we check to see if it's hit an interval. If so, because this could happen on like the tick boundary, you might want to do it multiple times. We reduce the heat by the heat loss per interval. And then check if it's less than 0, so we extinguish it. Could break here, but whatever, we'll just come back into it again. Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, it might push the same entity into the vector twice. Okay, we should break that then. You don't like L's? So this way it won't add the same entity to the thing twice, because I think it breaks this loop. Not that I think there's a problem with removing a component from an entity that doesn't have it. Regardless. It's cooled down at that point. We could spawn a particle where it's like steam. Could spawn like a little smoke or something. You could also like the entity, like the closer it is to the ignition point, it could spawn like smoke particles every now and then. An interesting thought, right? We can then slowly start to replace those weird health damage things that I've been doing everywhere with this. Looks good to me. Hmm. Health is harder than 0. No, we've got culling system for that. It's okay for the health to go to negative. I think that's okay. I'll think about that later. Please don't distract me. Isn't there in place or get more in place? Yeah, actually, maybe I should be using that. To do. Yeah, in place in like a collection means like construct in place, right? I'm going to think for a second. Something like this. So if we're now over the ignition point, I guess we can do larger than equal to and less than on the other one. So if we were previously less than the ignition point and now we're over it, then we can just add a little bonus heat. The idea being like if you just lit something on fire, it should like give you like a little burst. So at least you get a couple of ticks. Otherwise it just immediately gets unset and you're kind of like, what am I doing this for? Insert by constructing. Insert as the semantic of not inserting if it exists. Oh yeah. So now I need to think about how I want to construct this ignited thing. I guess I can just default it for now until it matters. Let's not overthink it. I guess you could have it immediately do something. No, this is fine. This is fun, isn't it? This is what I thought when I thought I was going to do game dev, this sort of thing. I think it's cool. It should fuck up in render actor system. Oh no, I guess I kept that it struck the same name. So check this out. Did we have a blend? Like a color blend? If not, I feel like we must have like a interp. They're not interpolate. Mix should work on colors too. Oh yeah. Convert them to vector 4 and back. Yeah, I was kind of hoping this would work. Yeah. Does this work? Does constructing a vec4 with a color do what I would think it should do, or no? It seems to let you set a color with a vec4. It seems to work. Look, you can see him cooling down. Hang on, let me change damage per tick to 0. Or like 0.01. And change the damage per interval to half. That's nice, Donut. In this version, did you change this? Okay. That's RGB. I think that's fair then. The Flamethrower should be just a little bit less OP now. You should see this one cooling down, see? Obviously the fire still does damage itself, but... And you should see like a big jump between orange, red, and orange, so that's when it's no longer taking damage. I don't know if I'll keep the tinting thing in the final game, but at least for now, it's really nice to show, I think. I'll just resize the screen. I think it's cool at least. Don't know what you think. Have you seen any pixel gaps? Not in the world, no. So I think that might have actually fixed it. And intuitively it makes sense. Because we also played around with that offset and to make the texture grow further than it should, and then intuitively it feels like it should do the job, right? See, obviously we can play around with like these values, but for now it doesn't really matter. That's like a polish thing. I just saw it. Duplicate particle. It just happens sometimes, doesn't it? You're shooting your gun and it just sometimes... And that looked like it had nothing to do with... I was saying before that maybe sometimes the bullet spread would spawn it somewhere weirdly, but that literally spawned at a different location. I feel like maybe if I just sit here shooting the flamethrower for a bit, maybe it would eventually spawn on a weird location. I think it happens when switching as well. Oh, look, there it is. Again. I was able to force it. Investigating how they're buffered. But it's also the fact that it just spawns at a weird position. I don't get that part. Yeah, I'm always thinking it was in a position I was previously, but I swear I've seen it spawn in places I've not walked. Like, fortunately it's rare, but also unfortunately it's rare. You know what I mean? It's also funny, if you're switching weapons you're not shooting, so it causes you to look the other way. It's kind of funny. I should fix that, maybe. It feels like a proper bug when it's rare, though. I feel like you can't have an indie game without some stupid bugs. Anyway, I think one of the problems is when I'm shooting a million fires, and when I hit a wall, it's spawning a million fires. So I think it's exponentially creating more and more and more particles. And the problem is that some of these have physics components applied. So I had a few thoughts the other day. One is that I should probably come up with some basics physics component for particles that want it. I think with the fire, maybe I could get away with it not having like friction and stuff, but just making it linear motion. I really need to investigate the impact of something being physics or not. Because with the wall, it really did look good when they started having physics on them. Yeah, I was also thinking if I just go to the bathroom quickly, I can just try and build release, and we can just see what the frame rate's like. So right now, if I'm shooting a wall, I go from about 475 FPS to 41. So it's a 10 times FPS loss when you shoot a wall, which is pretty bad. But yeah, I'll try and build it in release. What are you doing? There's a FAQ in the description if you want to get a proper explanation. Once this is fetched, I'm just going to compile and then go to the bathroom quickly. I haven't built release in a while. I'll be right back. 1 minute. Hello. If you're still here, Radvik, we're working on some particle stuff for the Flamethrower. So this is release, I think. Let's see. We're still hitting our FPS cap of 480, and we shoot a wall. There's like a 3 FPS loss. So yeah, debug with particles is really bad, but in the actual game, this runs as smooth as anything. That's really nice to see. Even if I shoot the wall with a shotgun, it's like no problem. That's really nice to see. I can remove the FPS cap, or at least set it to some really high number. Well, 480 is actually the max, that's fine. Let's try this. Let's try spawning 1 million enemies. I mean, this runs... Holy shit, I'm only losing... From all this shit on screen, it's only 20 FPS under the cap. This before was crawling to an absolute stop. And this is with 1 million lines being drawn. Like, these are all super inefficient. All these calculations are being done insanely inefficiently. And it does not give a shit. It's a good sign that, like, about not prematurely optimizing, right? When shit like this just works. I can just fire this flamethrower into these mice. FPS is still in the 400s at least. If this teaches anyone to not worry so much about optimization, like don't worry so much, as long as you have some good fundamentals. Worrying about like hyper optimizing some shit is not as big as you might worry about. Like batching your particles in some weird way, or disabling physics if there's too many on screen or whatever. Just see what your game runs like in release. This is as smooth as butter. So yeah, I think some enemies will have flame resistance and stuff, and some weapons will deal ignite a bit faster, so that could be like an interesting balancing mechanic. You could even have a back burner, technically. If you had an enemy that didn't rotate that quickly. Right now they face you pretty much head on. What about if I give them their guns back? Does this... This is with 1 million bullets on screen. I'm only now dropping into the 300s. What if I zoom out? So for all this shit on the screen, including this debug UI, it's perfectly fine. That's insane. And this is like a super worst case scenario, right? Dropping a little bit now. It's just because they're destroying the walls now. It's for every wall that's being destroyed, it's spawning a bunch of particles. We're zoomed out. It's rendering more than it might want to. It's my mining game. I've hired these mice. And they're all doing this. They're all calculating every like 10th of a second. They're all calculating their like A-star path. If they're in line of sight, at least. Maybe they're just using linear motion here. I hit 999 mice to mine a tunnel. Yeah. Oh shit. They're on their way. I bet the rocket launcher needs to be have a bigger explosion. It's just nice seeing that my game actually runs pretty well. Because in reality, the game will look more like this. And they probably won't all have SMGs. This one came up to smooch me. Interesting, I'm on top of this mouse, but I'm underneath all the other mice. Nice. I was thinking of like spawning a little smoke particle. Destroying some change the order in the entity registry. Maybe. It shouldn't be a problem in the future, but yeah. Because we'll have an actual I mean, we could work on it maybe now. I don't know. I don't know how long that'll take. The draw order thing. It basically like right now I'm just rendering stuff directly and instead have to add them to some big vector that I pass around, sort that vector by depth. I guess. Which isn't super cheap, but also not super expensive. I mean, if there's a couple hundred entities, my computer can definitely sort through an array. Hey, Small. I'm doing good, thank you. If you scroll about 2 minutes back in the stream, you can see me testing the game on release mode and having it run at, like, max FPS while destroying a wall. Because we were wondering, like, if this frame rate drop was, like, going to actually impact the game. If I start setting this wall on fire, you see it, like, drops. This only happens in debug mode because each single particle that's spawning has, like, a bunch of debug symbols associated with it. I just saw some spare particles. Yeah, we made a Flamethrower, Small. You were here the other day, right? And now stuff doesn't just instantly catch fire, it like they get hot. And then only then do they take damage every tick. But they slowly heat up and then they'll also slowly cool down. So if we watch him, he cools down. It's a hot day to be a mouse. Thanks, nice particles, thanks. I've also got an air blast, see? Isn't that incredible? It doesn't do anything, but I drew it. You see the sprite's slightly off as well, that's funny. Everyone needs an air poof, yeah. I'm not about to start dealing with reflections and stuff though. It's a flop button. Yeah, everyone needs a floppy flamethrower. Alright, let's see. I don't know why my fringe is looking so shit today. It's because I don't have any conditioner. I just showered with shampoo like a student. And my hair's like, where's the conditioner, buddy? I hate it. Oh well, yeah, we've got a build-up thing. Enemies on fire could drop scorched rails. Oh yeah, okay, let's work on our particle emitter. Alright, let's do it. Particle emitter. Alright, particle emitter. I think we already had something like that. So it might not be that hard to add. Let me think. The debug symbols thing. Or something else. Because I'm aware of the debug mode thing. I'm just really happy to see that it is true. Because I feel like the game should be able to handle like 10,000 entities at once. If we consider 60 FPS the absolute minimum, we are like tripling that. As long as we remember to release it in release mode. Mario 64 style. Yeah, I know they had their reasons. Yeah, I know optimizations on the N64's time were a bit dodgy. Yeah, I know. Anyway, let me think. We've got our particle emitter. Do I still have some of these systems in place? We have the particle emitter system. We have emitters to create. Interesting. So we can extract that to the registry. And then our particle emitter system is currently not doing much. And then I think, yeah, we've got a lot of stuff in place already by the looks of it, so that's really handy. I could even extract some of this stuff to just particle system, and then move it out of culling systems. I think that adds some stuff. Because originally, it was the only particles that we still had, really, were on death. An entity would spawn a bunch of smoke at once. I think the way the emitter worked before was it just spawned a bunch of particles and then destroyed itself. I don't think it like lasted for some amount of time, so that's fine. So we can start here. Particle emitter, we just got this whole thing. In our on-text variables. This thing. Particle emitter. Oh, where was particle emitter? Oh, it's in components, of course. So this is what we would spawn. I don't know about this thing. But certainly we'll have a hello M codec. We'll have a lifetime on it, and we'll have a shoot interval. And we don't need this. We'll come up with a way to add instructions. I don't know how I feel about this right now. Yeah, I'll come up with a better way to handle the type, the instructions, because we have instructions and stuff per particle. We should have something like that for emitter. I was also thinking, fire normally changes color over time, because the other day I was annoyed that like just fading the fire out over time looked weird. But shouldn't the reality be that the fire kind of spawns like white, and then over time it goes sort of through the stages of grief? Like that. Just something to think about. Maybe this would look better. Especially because the flamethrower itself, like, is white when it's flashing. Something to think about. Particles having like a change color over time. Anyway. Spawn particles. So I'm going to make a spawn particle emitter. Am I? Maybe I can reuse this. I think we might be able to reuse this. Particle type. Yeah, we could have an optional emitters instruction or something. Or I could just separate them. I guess the idea could be like, the emitter could spawn these particles every now and then. So instead of just spawning it in one burst, you can have it spawn intermittently. That's really the idea. Chances are I wouldn't be doing it burst, it would be doing it one by one, but that's besides the point. So I guess we could have a particle spawn particle emitter instructions. And this would have a position. Sorry, you can be underneath this. It will have some of these. We'll have a lifespan, a position. It'll have a transform, a lifespan, and some instructions, and then I mean, while you're at it, I guess you can have a... This is what will be spawned. At which point this might just be in the particle emitter. And lifespan and transform will just be attached to it. Is a struct like a class? Yeah, exactly. In C++, struct is simply a class where all of your members and functions are public by default. Whereas a class, they are private by default. That's literally the only difference. So back in C, you didn't have classes. Everything was structs. Classes were added with C++. Also in C, I think you couldn't store functions on structs. They were pure data classes, so you'd see a lot of member variables which were function pointers. So we don't need to do that anymore. You can have a function in a struct just fine in C++, like this apply heat function on ignited. Anyway, position, lifespan. I think we'll only be spawning one at a time, so that makes some sense to me. Okay. No. Whatever. Probably could just make this a tea of some kind. Maybe some kind of variant, I don't know. Spawnable. Hello, Brazil. Thank you. How's the weather about now? We're starting to get like warm weather in Europe now. It's quite nice. It's quite cold. What would you consider cold? Like 15 degrees or like, or what? Ah. Hello, Flo. The temps are about 19, people using jackets. Holy shit. How hot does it get, though? Does it not go like into like the 40s? I guess this may be nice for you right now. You overcooked your fries. What did you do, Flolo? You cook them for 40 minutes instead of 20 or something. 32 around summer is pretty similar to ours these days, weirdly. Pretty humid, yeah. We don't get the humid, we get the dry heat, which is, I think, easier to handle than humidity. I mean, they can be humid, but usually they're pretty dry. It's not like Southeast Asia heat, where like in Malaysia you're like drenched, but also you don't lose any sweat because the air is also wet. Nice. You at least live somewhere near the beach, or Brazil's fucking huge, right? You could either be a 2-minute drive from like beautiful Atlantic Ocean, or like a 20-day drive. In the UK, you have your fries for about 2 or 3 minutes. What? You had them for 6 because you were cooking other parts of your food. You cooked fries for 2-3 minutes. You have like a deep fryer. Your buildings, they hold a lot of temperature. At night outside, it's... At night inside your home is 4 to 5 degrees hotter than outside. Wait, your buildings hold temperature? Because that seems crazy to me. Like, we have that because usually it's cold in Europe. So the houses are all built to retain heat. I'm surprised that's the case in Brazil as well. I kind of thought they'd have heat leaching buildings. I guess not. Hey Bowser, how you doing? A lot of UK homes have deep fryers already in. I've never known a UK house to have a deep fryer built in. That's crazy. Is it a northern thing? It's like Japan and their fish ovens. Time for shorts, sunscreen, bathing, and ice cream. Ah, my Swedish friend. Yep. The Dutch do that too. You see like the tiniest bit of sun, people are straight out on the terrace. Okay, so you can now spawn a particle emitter, but we're not doing anything with that yet. Oops. Bonk. There's a little bug on my blind. Ladybird or something. 3-hour video about the fall of Carthage. Shit. Busy day, huh? Yours is built into the wall. The fuck? How do you maintain it? They're made out of bricks and material that hold a lot of temperature, so intense heat they get hot and cold at night, releasing inside your home. Oh shit. How do you normally cool your houses? Are you full on like air conditioning, AC everywhere, or what? You can pull the whole fryer basket out, I feel. Doesn't end well for Carthage. That's a place in Dark Souls, right? I don't know why these really need to be too different. I guess I thought I might store some other things in there, but it kind of seems pointless, doesn't it? Yeah, you know what? Well, then again... No, maybe this is okay. Does our entity factory have context variables? Yeah, it's just not using it. Alright, I'm just going to fix something up that's stupid. One particle emitter. Just going to be like this. UK doesn't have it. You know, I lived in the UK for 21 years or something, right, Flo? I am English. The few that can afford to use AC, but it's mostly wind from open windows or a fan. Like, are the house is designed to have a bit of a draft? Like, there's always like a corridor with a window on this end and a window on that end or something. AC not built into home. You English. Yeah, I didn't see many ACs in the UK. Energy can be crazy expensive. For a family of 4, it might increase your bill for about 600. The minimum wage is 1700. What the fuck? Wait, 1700 a day or 1700 a month or what? Never told me that, silly. Yeah, most UK homes don't have ACs. Yeah. I am English. I've lived in the Netherlands for since Brexit, COVID time, so like 6 years or something. 1700 a month. So you'd have to spend like a third of your monthly income on AC. That would be insane. Yeah, at that point you definitely just buy ice cream. Oh dear. Do you have context variables? You should probably have that, shouldn't you? Source, whatever. I learned about control space. Like 20k, yeah. That's not that different to the UK minimum wage, is it? What's my game about? There's a FAQ in the description which should answer all of your questions. You handle heat with old suffering. Hell yeah, buddy. Is this the original version of this song? One man's AC. You get a used bottle of soda with frozen water and put it behind your fan. Oh, yeah. No problem with that. Wait, hang on. What? You already have context variables, right? Is this why I was weirdly splitting up my components? How long's the game been going on? About 6 years. Does the function have a definition in the CPP file? Should. Nope. Okay. Easy. Okay. I'm back to where I want to be then. Thanks. Good find. I guess I was in the process of this when I started rewriting stuff. I was a bit early on that. Thank you, Bad Servant. Good luck with your own project. Oh, sorry. Just do this. You can make copies of these, that's kind of okay. Looks good to me. I don't think it needs to be fancier than that. What is all that colours on your screen? Text? Hello, Opaque. Alright, game still runs. Very good. You wanna see a Flamethrower chat? Look, colours. Isn't that cool? Hello, Noodle. Syntax coloring, yeah. What's the game about? There's an FAQ in the description that will answer all your questions. There we go. Alright. I don't think we need this function extraction nonsense we had before. So for every entity with a particle emitter, a transform, and also it will have a lifetime. Oh no, the lifetime isn't needed. We're going to... We're writing a particle emitter that emits particles, if you can believe it. Hang on, should be like this. It's hard to type with a mic in the way. If you're wondering why I keep doing this. Thanks, Noodle. Programming is fun. I guess a particle emitter could hold on to type as well. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that makes sense. Considering it's essentially doing what this registry is already doing. Maybe I should move this back to components. Wait, I forget, you have components, don't you? Yeah. You know what? You've just become a component. You making a coffee? You want anything? Yeah, could I get a flat white with halva milk? Thank you all. Ach, again. I wonder if it's just spawning some things at 0, 0, 0 sometimes. Maybe previous position is... Probably not, right? I think it's like spawning sometimes with previous position being 0 and then interpolating from there sometimes. Just to be sure. This is not homegrown, I bought it off the shelf. It's ENTT, Entity. This one. I got it from the supermarket. It was on a good deal. Sorry, Fox. Are you doing your NECS system? Alright, let's see. You're not. Are you working on a project yourself, or you're just popping in? Just wondering. Shoot the mice. Looks good. Okay, let's spawn a particle system. This might start to go a little funny, but... Oh, just popping in. I popped into your Rex. Oh, fair. Hello. You have a project but not game related. Oh, what are you working on? Is there any lore? Like a little, but it's not on screen yet. I have my I have like a, sheets of paper with stuff written on it, but I haven't put this in the game yet. We're still working on the engine, so anything more permanent, like lore and cutscenes and stuff, I don't really want to work on yet until the rest of it's in place. Plant some of ENTT's seeds so you can have your own ECS in a few months. Make sure to fertilize it. Banging your head with Docker Desktop on Windows, writing an alternative inspired by the great macOS project OrbStack. An alternative to Docker. OrbStack. Simple, light Docker and Linux. An easy way to run Docker containers. I'm guessing this is written for M1s, right? Because they completely redid how sandboxing works on the ARM Macs. It's kind of baked into macOS now, right? Like they've got their own... I don't remember how it works. I remember Apple kind of has their own sandboxing interface now. I don't know how to describe it because I've not used it, I'll be honest. But it kind of fucked with parallels and stuff, right? For a while. I remember on M1 for a very long time there was nothing. It's interesting, each container is its own VM. What are the steps you take before creating any project? I usually start by making a new project and coming up with a name. I don't know. I like to design as much architecture as I can at the start. Set up folders, files, placeholder files, and just have a feel of how the project might look later down the line. It's kind of easy. It's very cheap to delete and create empty files, so coming up with your basic structure early on instead of refactoring later can be nice sometimes. When will this be released? I don't know. I can't say. There's no expected date. If I continue to work on it at the rate I have been recently, probably within the next few years, but we'll see. I won't want to make any promises. Parallels is good for Windows VMs. macOS has a good VM library called virtualization. It's high level and covers almost anything, but you need to have a hypervisor API if you want to manage everything yourself. I remember there being some problems with macOS Docker. I don't remember the details, but there were some things like USB pass-through you couldn't easily do. We had some hardware that we wanted to access within the container. And like just simply handing in the USB COM port, I guess, whatever, what wasn't easy. So we had to run like a GDB server or something. I don't remember. It was a little weird. Like we couldn't just pass in the USB nice and easy. We had to like run it on a local server and then access that server inside the dev container. It was weird. And it's kind of a pain in the ass for debugging physical hardware. Hyper-V and all 3 levels of API exposures. This stuff's completely new to me. Like I've used other people's virtualization projects, but I have not written any of myself. It's black magic to me. Really interesting though. This is really interesting stuff. And with stuff like Docker, I do get the whole, oh, it works on my machine, so let's just make everyone use my machine idea. Just wish it wasn't so Docker. Oh well. Okay, anyway. So, here. Normally we spawn a fire splash small. I'm also going to spawn emitter. Now this is the annoying bit after I'm about to write this. Something like that. Oh, it's duration, sorry. And then this stuff in here needs to be different. So I'm guessing a fire wants to spawn something every 0.2 seconds or something, I don't know. This. The API for time durations is better. Can I just maybe use a float directly? Because that would be nice. I don't know what I like here. I guess this is fun. Yeah, so I've been fucking around with something I shouldn't have been spending my time on. This is okay. You throw out time entirely and just have alias chrono durations. Oh. Okay, that'll take a while for me to rewrite then, or refactor. This should be a function somewhere. So now when you shoot a wall, it should spawn a fire there for like 10 seconds. I don't know if this will work exactly, but it's not going to look exactly how I want at the start. That's fine. For 10 seconds. It's obviously a bit much right now, but you get the idea, right? Cool, right? Now I can really destroy my frame rate. Finally. Migrating, the main difference is just countdown DT. Well, it's also loads of places I'm constructing time, so I'll have to go everywhere where time is being constructed and change it. Have a look in the description for an FAQ, Amrith. So instead of fire splash, I think I want like a fire ongoing. Fire... Wait seconds. Find replacement original. Yeah, okay. That's fine. You're making your own MMO in C++. That's sick. How long have you been working on it? What kind of MMO is it? That's awesome. Are you using any frameworks and stuff? Back to. You're going to be the next big thing. Oh, good luck. Do you already have like a big player base and stuff then? What's the like selling point of it? Just through practice, Amrith. If you think like I'm doing nice things now, you can just look at VODs from like 5 years ago and see how much worse I was then. It's just practice. No player base, big dev team. What are you gonna do to market players? I mean, if you're if like your goal is to be like a big MMO, what's like the hook? Made hot games for me. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Right, what's up? If 0 is to the right, then up is surely like 270, right? Is that correct? No, that would be 360. Up would be pi times 1.5, right? Or no? What's an up in a vec 2? Not much. That can't be right? Is it just x0, y1? Maybe. Or just 1? Am I overthinking this? Have a look in the description, Kazu. The work in progress name is Woho. It's probably not the name we'll use long term. Oh, I'm frozen. That's the social media department of marketing's job. They're planning commercials and ads. Okay. Well, I mean, like, sometimes MMOs will launch and they'll have, like, a big event, like a big tournament, or some big, like, streamer event, or some raid with, like, a competition, or something. That's just 0-1, yeah. I guess that's not needed. NDAs. Okay. Well. You're signing on some big people. Oh, that's cool then. That sounds like a really big project. Are you working in like a... You said you're a big dev team. Is it like a new company? Or how much can you reveal? It's really exciting. Do you have any information on it? Or just... You can just say it's fantasy MMA? Is it Holy One? 'Cause that's your name, I guess. Instructions will format more nicely without the equals. Oh yeah. True. Yeah, you're in the company. Fair dues, dude. Holy One. Or is that just your username? So I googled it and it came up with custom web application and website. And also a Miranda Curtis song. And a heartfelt story that brings together golf, grace, and second chances. It's a film, apparently. Oh, I wish you the best of luck. That sounds cool. Let me know as there's more information available. I'd love to hear what you're working on. How long has it been in development? Sorry, did you mention that? Because they take a while, right? Like I think Amazon's one took like 10 years or something, didn't it? Like to compete with stuff like WoW, you have to have an incredible amount of content at release to get people like interested in spending time on it. Let's see. So in... Yeah, I feel like this stuff should probably not be an Entity Factory, but whatever. It's fine, I guess. Here we go. We're gonna want something like this, but for fire just going up. So we're gonna have one fire, short lifespan, position, whatever. See how this looks. Still new and working on it, we got the team, started the game studio, you'll be able to find out on the game once it's up on the studio site. Oh, that's exciting. I wish you good luck. That's a proper big project. Looks pretty cool, right? Not quite there yet, but like it kind of looks like fire, right? A little bit. I at least think this looks like something's on fire. Obviously you can modify this as necessary, but and these aren't doing anything, mind you. These are just sizzling away. If we have a lighting system in place, it can look quite a bit better, I imagine. You can have it glow and stuff. But like as a start, it's not bad, is it? Just have to make sure in debug mode not to spawn it too fast. And obviously they don't do anything, you know, it's just particles, but nice, isn't it? So we can, just to make things feel a bit more realistic, I guess. Maybe we drop the lifespan a little bit, drop the speed a little bit. Make them fade a little faster. Oh, they basically immediately fade in this case. This stuff should probably be somewhere else. Because this is basically just how to spawn a fire. This could be like a built... Maybe I could have like a built-in emitter. Like a handful of const expert emitters that I could just reuse, similar to this. It's not really a big deal. We can have it shoot a lot more often. And have it last for like 3 seconds or something. Takes a long time to make the MMO. You have a good team. Plan to have the first beta in 6 months. You can beta test it. Oh, maybe. I mean, the only MMO I really put time into is RuneScape there. You might be better off asking Josh Strife Hayes or someone. That looks a lot worse now, doesn't it, actually? I somehow managed to accidentally get a really good one earlier. Hang on, let me fix that back then. I'd love to at least know more about it. Coming up, like, building your own MMO is like a pretty big undertaking. Oh, I think I want them to be square, by the way. Like spawn in a square, I should say. They can spawn in a little square like this. Looks kind of fiery, right? They're a little big. Is this where us millennials can find refugees? Yep. That's right. We only talk about the first 151 Pokemon here. Whew. Like the sprite rotation, angular velocity could be randomized as well. Something like this. Like in the old days. And in the current days too. See? They didn't delete it yet. They're trying to. So this should make them sort of randomly spin a little. Instead of just constantly this way or constantly that way, it should fudge it a little bit according to the normal distribution, and the normal distribution is centered around 1 and sigma 0.3, so bell curve in that. Hey Alpha. Let's see how this looks. I'm glad this particle emitter thing was pretty easy to put together. Most of the components are already there. Dude, once we get a lighting engine, this will look so good. Just imagine like this little fire. Look, it looks good, doesn't it? It looks really good. Wow, alright. We can use a different sprite. I'm just using a placeholder for now. But even the placeholder doesn't look that bad. I mean, you know. It's kind of sick, right? It's like pretty good. But just something I've just popped together. The random rotation really helps. I think they need to live up. Oh, maybe the left hand's okay. They need to be a little smaller, I think. And random alpha, that's it. Oh, we do a random fire particle modifier. We're using that for scale as well, obviously. But yeah, this particle should definitely also have that. I love Toyota Project. Ever had creative block? You mean like, do I ever find myself like unable to continue working because I'm blocked mentally? Like, yeah, all the time, yeah. Definitely. Sticking to pre-increment in loops. Yeah, my colleague told me a while ago that it's a bit of a optimization that the compiler should do, but it's meant to save a single copy instruction, apparently. I took his word for it, but I just switched. It was an easy enough switch for a habit, ++i instead of I++. I don't know, I feel like modern compilers probably do the optimization for you, but it's a really easy switch, just doing ++ instead of I++, so I just did it. I guess we could do value or... yeah. That works too. Integers, it doesn't matter. Is that true? I didn't really research it that much. He showed me something on Godot, but that was a while ago. Good to stick to ++, I never worry. Oh yeah. You wonder if you could code a game with Rust? Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah. You can make a bunch different if I is an iterator, that's the main reason. It semantically describes your intent better. Okay. So I guess with iterators it's a bigger deal. Because I mean, I guess even if it was copying and who gives a shit? Copying an iterator, I guess, can be a bit more... Does it look like that alpha is random? Kinda hard to tell. I think they are. We can just modify that randomized alpha thing. Randomize it like so. Let's make it like this. Are you working on any projects yourself, Melise? Maybe? Yeah, I wanted to also do this when you hit an enemy as well. I feel like they should have fire on them for like a second. Yeah, Antondi. Let me give you advice. Yeah, keep at it. Practice makes perfect. Do lots of programming and you will get better at it. We're kind of faking a wobble effect just by having them rotate interchangeably. It's kind of nice. Do thing to improve it thing. Agree. What happens if you have a sigma that's larger than your mean? Is this just gonna... what's this gonna do? You want to learn Python? Stick to Python until you feel like you want to move on to something else. This is something you can only answer yourself, I think. Do you think you should spawn particles when they get destroyed, just from lifetime? Like at the end here, do you think it should spawn fires on the floor? Hello, Loki. More like to go negative. You've been a bit down. Huh. Sorry to hear that. You want to make something 8-bit? You're at Game Boy emulator / simulator. People decapped and reverse engineered the circuitry and made a Verilog simulation? The hardware can be emulated perfect now. That's cool. Yeah, I've seen a couple of YouTube series about people making emulators. It seems like a really interesting project. Wouldn't it be strange if it only spawned fire at the edge? Well, the idea, kinda, is like you can pretend that the flamethrower is shooting, like, if you're standing like this, the flames are like doing that. That's what I'm pretending, but not animating it. You know? Reality, they're doing this and then just disappearing into the void, which is kind of weird. Really, I guess they should be going like up, because heat rises. But like with a flamethrower, isn't it literally shooting like petrol or something? I don't know, just might look cool if there's a bit more fire around. The mean just slides the whole bell curve left and right. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual shape. Yeah, I know. It's where you want the center of it to be. That which makes sense to me. I don't know, it's just a thought. Where do you start? Start with a small project that you can finish in like a weekend. So, like a small game project is perfect. Make like a battleships or like Ludo or like some really basic board game. That's a really good way to start. Not something like chess where you have to worry about like difficult rules, but like checkers where you just go like. Look in the description. 0YT. Hello, Naruto. Text adventure games are good. Yeah, but I don't know, I find them kind of boring. But yeah, it's not a bad place to start. You could make a text adventure game in like an hour. Yeah. It's not a terrible place to really start. You could start with a text adventure game and then make it so the text gets drawn on screen, and then maybe you draw a sprite so it's less text adventure and more like a visual novel, and yeah. That's how you started? I think I might have done something similar. I mean, the first game I would have made was the old Game Maker tutorial used to be called Click the Clown, where you'd spawn in an object with this clown sprite and you could click on it and it would randomize its position, increase its speed, and give you some score. It would bounce around the edge of the screen like a DVD screensaver. You want to learn SQL and database? Get to it, buddy. You can learn that stuff. You can learn it. I believe in you. Good luck. Can I suggest a tutorial? No, I would Google this sort of thing. I would Google it. Just start with something simple. And then maybe read documentation and build it yourself. I mean, I think in school when we were learning SQL, SQL, whatever, we made like a database to hold on to school results. So you'd store like student, classes they were in, tests they were taking, results, geography, maths, English, A, C, B, whatever. It's not a bad place to start. Because it's also, I mean, if I'm imagining you're maybe in school, it might be something you find easier to think about because it's relevant to you. Okay. I want to make it so enemies which are on fire have a fire on them. Does that make sense? So this grab. Where am I setting stuff on fire? Systems manager? Ignite? Apply heat? Heat to apply? Ah, here we go. We can make this a ball, maybe. Something like this. Is newly ablaze. Just ignited. First ignition. Above ignition point. Just crossed ignition point, I guess. Something like this. Hello, Caesar. You just like tutorials because you just follow them step by step without thinking of yourself. That's why I'd suggest trying to avoid them too much. I mean, starting off with tutorials is a good way to be exposed. Don't just try stuff that you might not think about, but you should move to doing stuff yourself pretty quick, I think. It's easier to come up with an idea, like, I want to make a rocket launcher in my game, and then to think through what you need, and then for a piece of knowledge you're missing to work that out individually. Like, okay, I need to make a rocket sprite. How do I do that? Oh, I need a pixel editor. Okay, fine. Oh, I want to make a sound effect. How do I add sound effects to my blah? You know, rather than following a tutorial called "How to Make My First Rocket Launcher Game." You know, it's nice. It's nice to do a bit of thinking. It is hard, yeah. It's when you want to make a platform the first time, you had no idea what to do after the tutorial ended. Yeah. You don't really feel like you have ownership over your code base. The school that didn't teach you security. They were worried about you abusing the knowledge. That's funny. Yes, SQL project one class made was susceptible to SQL injections. Wow. Old Jimmy drop tables. Should you start from learning from tutorial or start building and learn? It's how you feel like you learn best. If you feel like you are self-guided enough, then I would recommend trying to just follow the documentation and do it yourself. But if you want to have a basic starting point and you really have no idea what you're doing, then a tutorial is just fine. But what I might recommend doing is following the tutorial, finishing it, and then trying to reverse engineer it. So you build whatever the tutorial says, and then you make a new project and try to do it again, but without following the tutorial. And then that way you'll know what you've remembered, if that makes sense. And the stuff you've remembered, great. The stuff you've forgotten, you can then look up, and then eventually you learn. You want to learn IoT, but you can't find good sources. I can't help you with that. There should be plenty of information online for embedded in information of things. Thank you, Naruto. I keep asking people what the temperature's like right now. Because we're getting summertime in the Netherlands now. You said you're in Pakistan. Is it really hot right now? Or are you kind of springtime? I don't know what the temperature's like out there. I always imagine it's hotter than Northern Europe. I don't know if that's true though. 42? What? Temperature in Pakistan. 32, 27. Fucking hell. It's 37 on Wednesday. Oh. Good God. I guess it's like nighttime for you guys, or at least it's late. Clear this evening. It's 35 degrees at night? That can't be right. Maybe that is right. Oh, good lord. I don't know how you managed, dude. 40 degrees in this spot. Lord, it's the hottest reach in Karachi. Karachi, 30 degrees at night. Fucking hell, buddy. I don't know how you manage. That's insane. It's like 25 degrees for you, I'm telling you. 20 degrees and you're sweating. Yeah, I went to the gym earlier. It's like mid-20s and I was sweating on the way to the gym. At night 23. God. Alright, let me think. I need to get a... entity. So, const auto pointer const transform is registering. Well, again. Right, go. Transform on my heat or entity. Transform and just cost ignition point. I guess I don't need. This is fine. That's alright. Let's build. Here's a room cooler. That is. I guess most places are based C, right? You want to become the best programmer in Thailand? Good luck. You've got some hot competition out there. I need to go to Thailand. I think my sister's either gone this year or last year. I thought it was really nice. I really like Thai food. You like the web languages? Nice. Web's cool. Do you work in web or just as like a general skill set? Let's see, instructions has a lifespan and an emitter, so lifespan is going to be, I don't know, something big. Something like those. Or Clang D. Emitter. Let's build this, make it a little happier. Alright. Something like this. Actually, this isn't that far off, is it? Got the outermost brackets. Yeah. Your uncle owns a video editing agency and they offer you a month free. Then pay money? What do you mean? This is it, yeah. Ah, I can just do this. Okay. So I also need a way to make this stick. That makes sense. Could also return the entity from this. What was it? Sticky... What did I call it? Like, there was some way to, like, make... attach transforms together. I can't remember what I called it. Offset transform, maybe? Yeah. Attached rotation and transform. We just want offset transform, I think. We're using that for when you're using a melee weapon. Yeah, offset transform, that should work. STD optional. Offset transform. Do I have to maybe do this? Paying for work is backwards. Oh, they're offering you to work for $30 a month for 3 months. Well, that's cool. That could be some good work experience. So you're saying like they'd like train you for a month and then pay you for 3 months as like a work experience or something? Because that's nice. That can be good on your that can help you get jobs later, I reckon. Good way to learn and earn some cash. It's nice to earn cash when you're learning, in general, I think, right? It's not all common that you can get paid while learning editing. Sorry, what am I missing? Oh, I need to give you a name. Oh god, it's alright. Yes, 3 hours is not that early. Okay, that's rough. Yeah, that's nice, Naruto. I'd consider taking them up on that. Sorry if I'm talking too fast, maybe. You know, about 30 quid a month, maybe it's more in Pakistan. I imagine it is more in Pakistan, but also just if you're a student and it's like the summer holiday or something, video editing's like a pretty good skill to learn. I don't know how much they're gonna make you work. If it's 40 hours a week for 3 months, then yeah, that's a bit much, but if it's a couple hours here and there, every now and then, it's not so bad. Would they give you lunch and stuff, or...? I was just trying to think, like, what was I doing as a student over my lunchtimes, over my summer holidays? I worked in like a clothes shop and like a supermarket and played video games. Like $90 over the summer, it's not too bad. Probably. Don't know. Am I missing something? Particle emitter. Oh, it's this one. No? Why did I just add that? Oh, I guess it's here. Oh, I have to actually use this, do I? Not offset and parent. Okay. And now start offset. Do you need to be something reasonable? I guess so. Transform position, right? Makes sense. So we already have a transform in here, don't we? I thought. Yeah. Something like this. Alright, let's see. UCC or Clang? I don't fucking remember. What am I using? Oh, you can use Clang, MSVC. I don't remember which one I'm using here. I haven't looked at this in a fucking long time. Remember what I'm using, Donut? MSVC. Am I using MSVC? Okay. I don't remember where that's even defined. Well, on Windows MSVC. Presumably if I'm building on Mac, it's using Apple Clang, right? Because there's... Where is that defined? Is that just what CMake defaults to on Windows machines? Or what? Yeah, Ninja, obviously. I don't know. The VS Code, it'll be your CMake kit. CMake kit? Whatever. Oh yeah, yeah, this thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's using Visual Studio Community 2022 release. I guess that's MSVC in this case, because it's Microsoft's full set. We plan to put to Switch or something like that. Is it? I mean, this compiles fine on Windows, Mac, Linux to their respective executable binaries. Does it can Switch not consume MSVC compiled binaries or something? I have no idea how the Switch works. I assumed that the Switch... Is the Switch like an ARM-based Linux machine or what? I actually don't know what the operating system is. It doesn't run Windows. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. MSVC is only for Windows. Yeah. Well, this produces an exe in our case, which is fine for Windows here, but you can certainly compile it with Clang. It uses FreeBSD. I didn't know. Unix-based OS. Thank God they're not using PowerPC. Why was... What was PowerPC all about? Was it like they had like a limited instruction set like ARM, right? I don't know what the terms are, but you know what I mean, right? Like they had a... Is it not called an instruction set? What would you call it? Like ARM versus x86-64 is like a much leaner instruction set. What's that actually called? So it's things run a little faster on it, or it can be more power efficient. So gaming consoles had those for a little bit. I'm guessing that's why. I think the PS3 was PowerPC, right? And the old Macs, maybe? Weird thing. Yeah, for Switch? Okay. I mean, I'm sure this thing would compile fine to it. I don't see why not. Can't imagine there'd be a ton of work to do. Alright, let's see. Can we spawn a fire when we hit an enemy with it? They had a reduced instruction set. Oh yeah, that is an instruction set. They had few instructions, but they did a bunch of things. Nice. Hey look, it's spawning the fire in the wrong place, but... You know, there is a fire. We just need to fix the location. Hang on, let me get rid of all these walls first. Debug. I wonder if there's ways to fix that with Entity. It should be following... I guess I could make it get destroyed when the entity is destroyed as well. What do you call it in video games when the lifetime of things are... What's the thing in Pokemon? Ball split? No. What's it called when you use a move? It's like a ghost type move. And if one Pokemon faints, the other one faints as well. That thing. Oh, I wanna add that. So the fire gets destroyed when the entity dies. We can modify the count. Maybe. Oh, actually, it's probably not using the entity's transforms. That's okay. I can fix some of these things. Here we go. So the particle system itself is following the entity, but the particles spawned or not. It runs Vulkan at least. Not sure about the latest OpenGL or parts of Vulkan using free. Worst case, it might not support multi-draw indirect, but you could always write a custom backend. Yeah, I'm sure whatever's needed, it would be well enough documented. Like a status effect. No. So when an enemy catches fire, I want them to constantly emit flames. Currently they emit a burst every tick that they take fire damage. So every half a second, whatever. As like a visual indicator. But I'd also like to have a bunch of little tiny, maybe smoke or something. Doesn't matter what. Just to show that they're on fire. But then when the entity dies, I want that emitter to be destroyed. And I was just trying to remember what the word is in Pokemon. When, like, Gengar hits you with this move, you feint the Gengar, and then you both get fainted. I can't remember what that's called. x86-64 has a shit ton of instructions, but they're really specific. Yeah. They're very backwards compatible, right? Like that's like the big deal with x86-64. Don't x86-64 machines start up for the first like few cycles in like 8,000? What's the chip called? Compatibility mode with the like 8080 or whatever that really old CPU was called. 16-bit mode. Destiny Bond. That's it. Destiny Bond. Thank you, McCaw. That's it. Destiny Bond. There's a flamethrower. Yeah. Hey, Diff, sir. Destined partner. Bonded partner. Probably should go the other way around. So it goes the other way. It means they die together, yeah. So when the other thing dies, this dies. But not when the fire particle dies, the mouse dies, but when the mouse dies, the fire particles die. The emitter, not the particles. Don't worry about it quite yet. The idea is to have like a very, very long-lived emitter on anything that's ignited. But when that thing dies, it doesn't make sense for there to just be an emitter sitting there in the middle of nowhere. Nice that it didn't crash, though. What am I doing here? What's wrong, little guy? Eh? Remove the particle effect when the burned user dies. Exactly. But for the first time, this is adding it like in reverse. So instead of adding a component to our current entity, we're adding it to the partner. It's basically an observer, yeah. But like, Destiny Bond sounds cooler. An observer. It's a very common pattern in programming. The idea would be that you can have an entity to observe. It does something. It emits update. I can maybe draw it in Paint. It's a very simple pattern. Thing to be observed, and the observer. The observer watches him. He does stuff. You know, if he's sitting here dancing, or he's juggling something, or whatever, he's doing something. Every time he does something, he tells his observers, hey, I've just done something. That's it. Very, 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 very common. Let's say, for example, you had a text box where you could type stuff into it. Here's your text box. You could write somewhere else a piece of code that observes that text box, and every time a new key is entered, it tells its observers, hey, I just typed O or whatever. Pirate software drawings? What do you mean pirate software drawings? Microsoft Paint? I do this every stream. Like an event management pattern. Yeah, kinda, I guess. It's very normal. What's this? I was just explaining observers. You can Google it for a better design. The inventor of paint drawings. Yep. Hey, Swan. We're making it so when enemies are on fire, they are on fire. If that makes sense. Question mark, question mark, question mark. So we've just created a particle emitter, so something that constantly does particle emission. And now I'm going to attach it to the enemy as they're moving around. And then when the enemy dies, they're both cleared out. It's a custom engine, yeah. Ill-formed request, damn. I imagine it's here. Ah. Here we go. Get out of here. Cool. So, let me think. In our physics system, we also want to have offset transform. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's in collision system. Oh, are we not adding offset transform? Oh. I was just not adding the offset transform. Is that it? I swear I typed this somewhere. I just launched something. Weird. I'd wonder where I added that then. Well, anyway, Destiny bond with the entity that is currently being iterated over, I guess. No, wait, the entity that we're hitting. In this case, that is your entity or something. For every entity that is a bullet. Yeah, that makes sense. No, this is for doing walls. This is not it. I don't know why I'm in here. This is why I got confused. I'm just in the wrong spot. I think it's in collision system, no? I guess not. Oh, it's in here. It's when we're applying heat, yeah. What's a destiny bond? It ties together the lifespan of two entities. We've just made it though, so it won't work yet. What's my opinion on C? Seems cool. I'd like to try some C. I don't really touch it. I don't really see the point of using C when C++ exists, but that's me being a C++ developer, right? It's an interesting language. And so I think it could be fun to do a little project on it, maybe. Anyway, let me think for a moment. In our entity factory, when we are spawning this crap, easier to write compilers for. I guess it's a much simpler language. Offset transform in here. Then as we're spawning particles, here we go. We're not actually handling anything to do with the particle system's offset transform. So we should probably fix that. So if we're an offset transform, then is it a vector or a vec3? Yeah, yours transform. Sorry, something like this. It doesn't need to be perfect, I think. That should work. So in culling system, when a lifespan has ended, let's just do this. Right now they could just be bonded to one thing, but that's kind of okay for now. You're a C, aren't you? Now this is probably rife for bugs, so I'll just have to keep an eye on it. When one journey ends, another starts too. Another ends too. Wait, hang on. I don't know if I need to check if it's valid before destroying it. Guess we'll find out. Allowed to have a function for this. Back to front. Registry always goes first. That's correct. Oh yeah. Probably should be a referencer. Maybe don't copy over the whole registry when you're destroying something. Just something like this. Can't wait to see what bugs this causes. Considering it probably has its own lifespan. So probably we'll do this differently. We'll have an entities to destroy list, probably, and iterate over that afterwards. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you need to check if the entity, if like an entity is valid before destroying it. It might be okay to destroy something twice. Adding or removing components is undefined. Yeah, but like, is it okay to delete something that is invalid, that's non-valid? Because I can do this. It seems unnecessary. But just in case something's added to the list twice, for example. It should be fine, right? How confident are we? Like, is this maybe a path the compiler will optimize? Be weird if not. I think about that a lot, though. There's a lot of times I think it's weird if not, and then it turns out it not. Oh! Destiny Bond was null pointer. Ah, okay. Easy game. Thank you, null pointer error exception. Me finding out the other day that error and exception is the same thing in this fucking language. You don't distinguish. Yes, that looks like it's at 0, or it's at least not correct. That's just on the wall. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it looks like it's working, right? It's just not using the right offset transform yet. We can fix that in a minute. I think it's... Oh, those were spawning in all the wrong spots. Yeah, they're spawning in the wrong... Like, they're spawning here. Which is all kinds of wrong. That wasn't an exception. What was it? What was it if I said null pointer exception? I guess they did have that. Oh. I said Destiny Bond is null. Anyway, whatever. That is from Java, yes. Yeah. Is there a way to give you a random direction? Is that just if I pass in 0? I think. Yeah, it's random. So hang on, I can give you a random direction. Let's make them quick for now, just to make it really obvious. There's an offset transform applied to here, to the emitter. But then when we're using this, here for example, our particle emitter system, it's meant to be doing this, but it's clearly not working, so I just need to see how we're meant to use offset transform. I've kind of forgotten. I guess we have offset system, which should be moving around the emitter. So really we should be using the emitter's position, because the idea is meant to be that the emitter should be in the correct spot. So... it should be actually something more like... well, hang on, actually. Can I not just use this? Thank you, NPC guy 1. Yeah, maybe not plussing position, but just setting it. Let's see if that just works. I feel like offset.position is what I want. So every tick, increment this. We get a parent transform, we move it around, move it around. That should be it, I think. Maybe I should draw something when there's a particle emitter, like a debug dot or something, I don't know. So yeah, this stuff looks as usual, although it doesn't seem to be spawning in the right spot. It's funny. Okay, hang on, let's see if I set an enemy on fire. It's not quite right. It kind of looked like it was working. Obviously, when you're hitting the wall, that's broken, so we can fix that. It's as simple as doing this. Something like that. That should fix it. And now in my system, oh well, even here. Let's make it spawn every lots and lots and lots and lots. How about this? It's going to be a little laggy. Just a little bit. It's going to be very laggy if you missed that thought. So hitting a wall works as usual. Very good. Fixed it. You, move around. I think they're taking a little bit too much damage for me to really tell. I don't think it's moving around exactly as I want it to. Components. Ignited. Give it something like this. Thank you, Foamy. I find them a lot of fun. Let's see. It doesn't seem to be moving with him, does it? Follow me over here, little mouse. Yeah, you can see his like normal particle spawning is working fine. That's every time he's taking tick damage. But the emitter is clearly not following him. By the way, Toho Boss. Kinda cool. Whatever it's doing, I appreciate it. Probably should have a max particles thing, if only for debugging. Yeah, mildly difficult, nah. Chill. Okay, anyway, let's just set this back for a second. And just set this stuff to, yes. Does the same thing. Okay, let me think. Maybe start offset should just be 0. Okay. So this at least means that it shouldn't be offset at all. As bad as Clown Piece. Yeah, there's no giant moon. I haven't played LOL in a while. I don't mean League of Legends. Was it not LOL? What was it called? I own it. No, I don't own it. Oh, I only have up like Toho 12 or something. LOL K. It's LOL K, isn't it? Okay, actually no, it doesn't. Yeah, LOL K. Yeah, so the problem is it's not moving around with the entity. Or it's not using it properly. Do I just keep forgetting to use it? Easy enough to check, right? Possible modifiers.position is being overwritten as well. I think actually that's what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, okay, hang on a moment. I'm pretty sure I'm overwriting. Oh, maybe I'm not overwriting. Hang on. So this is the fire spark we're looking at now. Three and -0. What's our character's position? This is odd. I guess it spawns at first in the right spot. It's just later on it doesn't move with the entity. Ooh, that's nice and fast. Yeah, position's not changed. So that's a problem. Just make sure offset system is actually handling stuff. It's possible it's getting ignored because I'm missing something. Point device mode was a one-off thing. Wasn't that because he was playing VVVVVVV a bunch or something? Okay, offset system is clearly not triggering. Why is that? It needs a linear motion. Oh. Okay, that explains that. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I could just give it a linear motion with nothing. That would solve some problems. But it's not doing anything, so well, it's doing something. Parent transform. I guess I could just have an attached transform, maybe. Maybe that simplifies some things. Streaming from the kitchen. Hello, abnormal. What are you cooking? This is really offset transform and linear. I mean, you know, just... we have a life to live, right? Just something like this. Um, you know. Yeah, instead of offset transform, I'm going to make an attached transform. We don't have a life to live. Entity, parent. Easy life, right? For every entity that is an attached transform and a transform. I don't know why it needs to exclude respawning. I think that is dumb. Let him cook. I just parent at that point. Because I specifically want it to be parent transform right now. I'd like to be fine-grained about it. No need to generify something if I currently only have one use for it. That's what I believe. Whoops. Easy game, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to do what I want to do here. This does it for me. I'm happy with this. We can always modify if we need to, right? How you doing, potatoes? Hey. At what point do you stop being some bi guy who likes potatoes and start becoming the bi guy who likes potatoes? I think it makes it clear what the component contains. It's clear to me. Attached transform means that it's attached to the transform of the parent. Works for me. And that's the fun of writing your own engine. You can do whatever you want. But I get what you mean. Like, I know what you mean, in the sense that you combine many aspects of some components together. I don't need that behavior right now. And should I need that behavior, I can just modify it. I'm not going to sit here and worry about that right now, though. Just want to make the mice look like they're on fire. Looks good, right? I mean, obviously this is not the particle I'll be using, but works well enough. Keep in mind, please, that it's spawning in a box and that the mouse is on top of it. So it looks like it's kind of biased, but I assure you it's probably not. Oh. Sometimes it's maybe a good thing that I'm the one working on this and that it's not a collaborative project in that sense. It means I can spend less time worrying about what the other developers are thinking, because I am the only other developers. And that's really nice. Don't have to have any meetings about, oh, is this the right way that we do this normally? Not that we really have these meetings, but you'll sit behind someone's desk and say, hey, does this look decent? And they'll say, yeah. Well, actually, no, in our team we do this. Sorry. It does, of course, mean that when the enemy cools down, they'll still have the fire effect, so we'll need to think about that. Oops. Actually, it does kind of look like it's spawning from the top right, doesn't it? I can't tell if that's just because it's, like, it's hard to tell because the sprites are not depth sorted. Maybe I should do that sooner than later. Like, I just feel like it's spawning at the wrong spot. Can't tell though. I think this looks pretty good. And then I think, like, the spark that shows off should be a bit bigger. Maybe. We are using splash big, I guess. That's if we hit the ignite point, right? And that's if we deal damage. Yeah. Let's give him a slightly longer lifetime. I have a feeling that the square spawn position may be spawning up and to the right. I think that's how that works. Yeah, that is how that works. Welcome to the magic of this. It's spawning in the Z dimension. We should spawn some, like, big hit. Yeah, it does happen, don't it? But I don't think I'm going to have that confusion with attached transform. I think that is pretty self-descriptive. If I'm confused about something with the name attached transform, not doing anything but attaching the transform, then I'm an idiot, you know? Yeah. Hey! Set already contains entity. Ooh. That's interesting. It's been hit with a second particle emitter. Ah. Ah, it cooled down. Yeah. That's funny. I can fix that then. Hang on a moment. Could also make it so you can destiny bond to multiple things, which I think is also fine. Maybe I'll do that. Donut, I think you often give fine advice, but you are going a bit far right now. I think it's good advice to have good names so your future self, acting as a second developer, has less issues. But you're laying it on a bit thick. And I'm a little insulted, but that's okay. You're really talking about yourself. That's fair then. Come on, just build. How do I want to do this? Double brackets? Hmm. So now I think if they cool down and you apply a new fire to them, it shouldn't crash. It should have two sets of this particle. The next thing to do after this would be to remove the thing when it cools down, which I can do. You can see he's still got this very light fire particle on him. He now has two. Oh, sorry, you asked about this door thing earlier. I didn't respond. You know the name of something that covers both door hinges and the thing that connects a sliding door is called? Mechanism? Door mechanism, I'd call it. Fitting. IKEA just has it as hinges and dampers. What would you call a sliding... This still just called a hinge, I think. I don't know if a hinge has to have that action. Sliding door system on Wikipedia on IKEA. Door connection and door attachment, but they aren't national. I think mechanism is fine. Well, actually, you might, because that's a video game, it's an overloaded term. I just call it a hinge. I think hinge is fine. If it's a sliding door, you can just say it's a linear sliding hinge or something. Sliding door mechanism is a device or system that opens and closes a sliding door. Rail? No. Door mechanism? I mean, I'd call it a mechanism. Yeah, I just don't know if that's too overloaded for a game. It is the mechanism, though. But whether or not you think that includes the handle, I guess. Is the handle part of the door mechanism? Hinge joints are a separate entity that already exists. Door movement mechanism. Joist? Nah. I think the problem with mechanism is that it might also employ the handling key. Maybe not, though. I think door connection isn't that bad. Funk door, because the thing is always a brush. Oh, yeah. The whole thing moves, yeah. And where do you get all this motivation for 4 hours coding? I think it's fun. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. This is a problem. Is it? Maybe it's fine. Is this how I had this before? Hang on, let me read my own code for a second. Nah, this is okay actually, I think. Enjoy, but not for 4 hours, you get tired. I mean, I'm a little tired. It's also fun to stream it, I think. I get a lot of feedback from people. What was that? It even went a different direction. You saw that? The fire. Yes, the ongoing fire should definitely be small. Oh no, this one should be big, because this is damage being dealt. But in you should be small. I guess it's 8 o'clock. I don't know, I feel like I'm doing something with my day, and that keeps me motivated. Ooh. Oh, registry.destroy, I think, does rely on it to exist. Oh dear. Okay. That's worrying. Surprised that's not caused issues before. Okay. Should we make it spawn like Steam when they like are no longer on fire? It's different from how the STD maps and sets behave where a race is okay. Yeah, it is. It's different. It's so funny because I bet in the final game the Flamethrower will either be dog shit overpowered or dog shit and no one will use it, so all this time is going to be for nothing, but let's not think about that. It's kind of hard to not make something like this either really broken or really, really useless. It is cool. I promise my game is not about digging into walls. Just made me wish I was working in release mode. Look at us pushing these mice around. Always make it rare. Yeah, make it rare but strong, I think is fine. Or like kind of middling power until you get a bunch of upgrades that like help fire, you know? Make it a little stronger. Yeah, there'll be all sorts I can do. Also, it's like be a roguelite, so it's kind of okay to have a really strong run for a bit, I think. I think all the fires should basically have random alphas, by the way, because it's fire. See how that looks. Maybe also the player destroy stuff. I guess they start fading pretty quick. Or maybe I don't need to do that minus 0.5, 0.5 thing. Does it look like it's using a random alpha? Not really, right? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Nothing says pixel art, like squares perfectly rotating. I can't believe there's been so much Akaboshi Rockets music. Kind of nuts. Try make like some steam that spawns when they chill. No, music's currently no problems. This is the C++ of an employed man. Oh yeah. My music's buffering. My thinking, like, I immediately leave the fucking flow state when it's like, when it's quiet. All I can hear is the hollow sound inside my head. Yeah, this Yumu does not want to play. How about I skip to the next one? That one works fine. Weird. Alright, when then this is gonna look so jank. When an enemy extinguishes, they are going to spawn the same particle that happens when they die. Upwards. Alright. How are you doing? Stop looking at my toes. You having issues with compiling? Feel free to post it on the Discord in the software development channel if you're struggling. More patience than me, you would erase the word const after 5 PM. Maybe. Hello, user. It's angry at me. Yeah, do you want to tell me where that's happening? I'm guessing one of these things needs to be afloat. How about now, little buddy? Yeah, we don't talk about Woho 1. Converting from float. Yeah, but which fucking pie is that? 64. Square spawn position. Oh. You are meant to be... Let me have a think. Ah, you were a double. That makes sense. Crazy to crash like that with such an error, but whatever. Dude, the music started to get angry at me. YouTube's like, you've been using us as an MP3 player for 4 hours now. When are you going to take a break? So when they... Yeah, look at that. they give off steam when they are no longer on fire. It's kind of funny, right? It's not quite perfect yet, but I think it's kind of funny. It's a bit much, but shows they're no longer taking damage over time, I guess. Maybe fire should just do that when it extinguishes. You know what I mean? On destroy hooks? On destroy hooks? Can I do that? Maybe I could do that. Me. The, like, on fire thing should definitely be going up, by the way. I think I don't have a way to randomize the size, so I might just have to come up with a smaller... Maybe I should make dinner soon. It is like 8 o'clock. Chris was meant to join me today, but she's just been playing League. I guess we're both eating leftovers, so... No. I don't know what I'm going to do this evening. I said I was going to help Donut with his... testing. I want to play Apex, but my friends are stuck in Diablo hell. Anyway, that's not for you to worry about. Oh, thank you, Terua. Super sticker. That's cool. Hippo character smacks his head into his face and looks around to see if anyone saw what he just saw. Thank you. Is Diablo an actual rank now? Not in Apex. They're playing Diablo 3 and 4, respectively. A lot of it. Let me think for a moment. No, it's just Apex spread. Happy with you doing a size T to float, but not a double. It makes sense. Prevent accidental mistakes. Just curious. Hey, KMO. What's your brain on? I'm just screwing around with particles. Do you want to have a look? I've been working on this flamethrower, which is cool because it wasn't just like a silly side weapon. I've ended up coming up with this whole like particle system stuff. That's a bit much. Look, they give like a poof when they expire. Oh, my music ended. Northern Lion tries to learn Mandarin. I don't think that's really the next song you should be playing. YouTube.com. I don't want a mix either because it will play some like random rubbish. I don't want to listen to my own vid. Why would I want to watch my own live stream? I'm live. Well, I don't want to listen to myself. Just play something else. Anyway, so it's clearly using the wrong particle here. Actually, maybe it's the right particle. They're taking damage by tick. It's disabled right now, but yeah, they can. They can do that. Something like this may look better. So they take... I'll explain in a second. Let me just... So... ignited entities have a ignition point and a heat. When they get dealt damage, or when they interact with something that is inflamed, like the fire, the flamethrower, they take some heat based on the inflamed heat applied value. When they hit the ignition point, they're given a little bit of bonus heat, so they get hot and then quite a bit hotter for a minute, just so they tick down for a bit before going below the ignition point. When they go to 0 heat, the ignited struct is removed and they are extinguished, which spawns that steam. And periodically, as they are taking, or as time goes on, the heat has an interval that happens every, 0.8 seconds or whatever. And over the intervals, they cool down a little bit, they take some damage based on the damage per interval. They lose a little heat, sure. And all these things spawn particles of some kind or another. Oh. Yeah, look, if I set this guy on here on fire, you see he's like playing this on fire particle, but then periodically it's taking damage. Yeah, it sticks to walls. It spawns... That was really the big work today, was this emitter. So if you hit a wall, it plays like a little splash that you can see. And then it also spawns an emitter that sits there and for about 5 seconds or something. And enemies also have that emitter attached to them as well. So you see it's doing burn. And when they take burn damage, it plays like a bigger effect in a 360-degree burst. So when you see the big burst, about every second, that's them taking damage or cooling down. That's the idea, at least. Might work. You think of them having flash red or something? I mean, the orange color is kind of just a debug thing. I don't know if I'll keep the tinting or not. I also might have that emitter apply to them, and then the amount of particles that are spawned are going to be based on heat, but whatever. For now, this does the job. Also, the fire would be on top of them as well. Good mix. Yeah, I could. I haven't got depth yet, so this isn't something I can adjust. Really, I should be extracting these modified things to their own type, but I haven't been around to that yet. I haven't gotten around to that yet. And this stuff should all be an JSON file as well, but again, not worked on that yet. See how this looks. I also need to make different particles. Just having the one fire particle is not perfect. I think also having them spawn like blood or something would make it more obvious they're taking damage, but there's no blood right now. Yeah, it's kind of cool, right? Interesting that the fire, it's meant to penetrate, but I think technically it can hit the same entity multiple times. That's not something I'm really handling. The FPS drop, by the way, is only because we're in debug. At the start of the stream, we tried running in release. It was 400 FPS. Perfect. Well, you should keep in mind that the entities are probably not mostly going to be 32 by 32 or 24 by 24. They'll be 16 by 16. I'm printing off logs. No, it's just entity and handling many, many, many entities in debug mode. When you shoot a flamethrower at a wall, there's like thousands of particles being created and added to the registry constantly, and just doing that in debug mode is expensive. In release mode, it's really optimized, relatively. I think the steam, when they extinguish, is kind of cool looking. It's obviously like I didn't spend that long making it, but it's a nice effect, I think. Something like this. I mean, I'm messing around now with a bunch of rubbish, but it's fun, right? This was something I've been thinking about for a while, having the emitters. We can do a lot with this now. I'll also write a different sprite for smoke. I also probably want to have something to let you tint something. Like tint a sprite. Tint a sprite with lifetime. You can just pass in one color to permanently tint it, or two colors to fade between them over its lifetime. That way I can make it so the flamethrower particles go from white to their actual color. That being said, we can't tint stuff white right now without writing a custom shader because there's only multiplicative blending, I think. I don't think it would be that hard, but it was something I'd need to write. So, you could just animate the fire to go from white to that color. Because color changing is kind of the next thing, I think. I guess I could let them fade darker. Thank you, Rose. I appreciate it. We've just been working on this flamethrower stuff today, if you're wondering why I'm running around doing this. I'm getting DMs. Who is messaging me? Wow, I'm popular. That's Chris. Oh. I'll probably stop at some point and make dinner too. I didn't hear, yeah. GL with League. Mr. Popular. Yeah, sorry about the sound effects. Please put smoke out of the middle. Good enough for now. How long does it take to make this game? We've been working on this for about 6 years or so. But not continuously. I need to specify that. It's a 6-year project, but like, how many hours are in those 6 years? Probably only a few hundred, maybe. Maybe like a 500-hour project or something. I haven't added it up. There is a playlist with all the VODs. I'm sure there's like a script you could write to work out the total length of a playlist and just add them together. Add in a couple of hours for off-stream. It's just me. Yeah, there is a right-click air blast. I've not implemented it yet, though. Doesn't do anything. But it makes your flamethrower floppy. Isn't that fun? I think at some point I'll add some kind of ability to like reflect stuff, and that'll be where you use that. The flames actually act like the TF2 flames in the way that they maintain your velocity. So you can push flames forwards by moving in the direction and make them slower by moving back. Which I really like. If you're moving down, they have a bit of downwards to them. Yeah. I don't know if there's like a compiler optimization I can do for entity and debug mode to say like for particles don't enable debug symbols or something. I don't know. Maybe I already want the debug symbols. Maybe the FPS drop's okay. Anyway, let's see if we can maybe quickly have lifespan tinting. Debug symbols don't affect anything performance-wise. Oh, sorry, what is it again? I'm getting a little tired. The lack of compiler. It's purely compiler optimizations? Oh my god. Tint with lifespan. How long did it take you to learn programming? I've been programming for like 20 years or something. I don't know how long it took me to learn. What do you, I don't know what learn means in that sense. There's not really an end. Asserts, yeah. So there's a lot of extra cycles happening a lot of times. Yeah. Yeah, at work we even have like a really assert or something. So you can assert in release mode. It just aborts. If it's in release mode, that's all. It's something you want in embedded. Let me think. Instructions. What percent would you say the game is done? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. 1%? 50%? Somewhere between those two? 25%? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Sorry, I did this back to front. Yeah, it's getting late, I guess. I should think about having dinner soon. I don't know why I didn't just pass in any instructions to this. It seems kind of dense of me. 6.7%. Okay, thanks, Gamer. I have no idea. I will say I'm getting faster over time. So that's good. And we're also working on slightly more polishy things. But we are still just working on the engine, so... There's not even any enemies other than this placeholder right now. Or levels other than the semi-placeholder one. So content-wise, pretty low, but engine-wise, doing pretty good. I don't know if there's that many massive things after this. There'll be systems to do with like leveling up and upgrading and roguelike upgrades, so that will be pretty expensive. But at some point we'll just get into content creation mode and we'll just be like starting the stream and being like, I'm gonna make these upgrades today. That'll be fun as well, but different kind of fun. Oh. Oh, the 3 remakes, including the Unreal phase and Remake 2. But this is already a remake. Damn. I was thinking like each fire particle should also have an emitter on it. But I'm wondering if that's a bit much. At least behind it, it should spawn fire as it goes forwards in like a trail, smoke. It's a bit much. I don't know. You can kind of do a lot here. Anyway, if for example we wanted fire single small to tint over over time, we could do something cool like this. Mm-hmm. Lifespan doesn't spawn its starting lifespan, huh? That should work. Where am I doing mix? This thing. So, think that might be it. We should start seeing the little fires fading between purple and red. It seems to have caused a problem. Where's the problem, little game? Somewhere I'm floating and doubling. Probably. Spawn particle. Easy game. That should be it. Maybe. I guess those last for a while. Purple and red are kind of similar, I guess. But you can kind of see them fading. Hang on, let me try a better color. White to black. Blue means hot. Blue means clean. With fire, doesn't it? It's like clean burning. I thought. I don't know. I think they're doing it the wrong way around. Start and end are flipped. It's interesting. I wasn't really expecting that. Where else am I doing that mix? That's weird, because that is working. Maybe I'm doing something horribly wrong. Clean is translate. Oh, I guess so, yeah. But like a clean burning like gas, like natural gas is what I thought. Where it's really hot. There's like no carbon. I don't know why it's back to front for you, but that's fine. Actually, white to black looks pretty good for fire. Maybe I should do that, because it looks like it's turning into soot. That was kind of my hope. Make your complaints, little compiler, little shrimp. Get out of here, commonly used. If you see the flame was visible, it's just unused particles being very hot. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, black might be a bit much, but you kind of get the idea, right? It'd be nice if you could adjust the ratio a little bit, maybe. Can be a shrimp compiled this code? Yeah. Yeah, I should have ratio. I should have like a ratio mean, maybe. I don't know how I'd calculate this. I'm sure there's some simple maths involved. And mean might not be the right word for this, but I hope you get the idea. That's fun. So currently I'm doing a mix with this ratio, but I would like to sort of shift it around that mean so it stays. So if I were to take the mean to 0.8, I would expect it to stay white longer. Does that make sense? So I was thinking maybe I could just multiply one half by the mean and the other half by 1 minus the mean. I don't know if that makes sense. But if it's 0.5, then they're both worth 50-50. If it's 0.75, one's worth 75, one of them's worth 0.25. I feel like there must be like a maths thing for this. But in my head, it's something like... You know, definitely someone hopefully will turn around and say, oh, you're stupid, you obviously do this. But intuitively, this kind of makes sense to me. Hello, Mabdo. You're not stupid. I'd question that. If the mean is 1, I would expect it to stay as the start color the whole time. Oh, wow. Hang on, how am I doing that? Hang on, you can make things white by just tinting them even more white. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, it's clearly not working, but it is modifying them. Yeah, it clamps. Yeah, speaking of clamps, I guess the ratio should be somewhere clamped between... How does STD clamp work? Where do I need to put my things? I just wanted to clamp between 0.1F, 1.F, and... Okay, it's val, min val, max val, so it's like this. Get out of here, marketplace. Yeah. You can go even whiter, but that's a trade sequence. That's kind of handy. So that means I can, if I want, I could make those flamethrower particles super white. It's no longer working. Because it's hard to tell. Oh, I guess it's not 0 to 1. I guess it's between 0 and the lifespan time start. as a float. You make the things around it darker, it will appear lighter. Holy shit, the Warhammer secret? Are the flamethrower particles bigger? Probably not. The fire is kind of grey. I was clamping so it wouldn't go like super white. I really think it probably should be this. Not that it really matters here. Unless it does. Maybe the way I'm using this ratio is incorrect. It's certainly darker now. Does mix usually take something between 0 and 1? Let me just Google this. Maybe I'm doing this stupidly. Mix vec 4 with mean. Maybe there's like a... Is there maybe just something built into mix? Like as a... This thing that I'm calculating manually probably wrong. Thebookofshaders.com. Mix is just a lerp now. Yeah. Oh, let me go. Yeah, hang on. Lerp with not easing. Mean? Lerp with adjusted center. Well, I guess easing is kind of it. I'm just coming up with a bunch of like Unity engine things. Adjust ratio by mean. The AI's like Google thing tried to show up for a second and then immediately was like, no. How about interpolate between two colors with bias? Stack Overflow. Okay, this is just interpolating. I think my bias thing that I've written is not that stupid. What are you thinking about? What can you explain? Well, right now, we have a start color and an end color, right? Yeah, careful. Yeah, I think I'm... Well, for now it's okay. Currently, this is kind of how it works, I guess. If this drawing makes sense to you. Like I've drawn it weirdly, but it goes between red and orange, or whatever my two colors are. And each of these colors is treated as 50%. So at the halfway mark, the color is 50% red and 50% orange. I would like to be able to shift it, like, around. So I could say that, for example, I want my color to be more red. So I would have it be red more... Sorry. I'd have the red section take up more of it, and the orange section take up less of it. So you'd say, I have a bias of 0.8 or whatever. That was my idea. RGB is a bad space because it encodes how they're produced, not how they're perceived. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about having like a clean, beautiful human gradient for now. I just want to have some rough maths set down before I worry about that. Hello XFC2T. I was trying to work out how to adjust a linear interpolation with a bias. When you're mixing, you have an A and a B and your ratio is the T value. Well, yes, that's what I've done. That's what we already have. And I was trying to see if I could pass in a mean. So previously, tint ratio was just the lifespan of the object divided by... Sorry, the current life of the object divided by when it started. So we have a rough idea of how far through its lifespan it is, and it tinted between them. Which I can show you again, if you'd like to have a look. And it looked just fine. This looked just fine. My problem with it is I would like the object to stay... If I'm tinting between white and black, I would like it to stay white for a little bit longer. So I want to have some way to adjust that. See here? The fire is tinting like over life between white and black, where white is blending with white, so it is just the sprite color. Okay? But you see how it's staying... It's like a bit too dark? I could adjust it by not tinting with black and tinting with gray, but that's not it. You need an easing function. I was just thinking that... So what I tried doing, which is a bit... Well, I tried, was to split the mean. So if I have 0.8, then I multiply red by 0.8, and I multiply orange by 1 minus 0.8, which gave me 0.2. That way, the red is 0.8 of it, and the orange is 0.2 of it. And then I use them as such. Instead of them being 1 by 1. But then that way, I guess we missed out on a whole 1. If you square it, it'll stay at 0 longer before it reaches 1. Okay, I can give that a go. Well, let's see then. You square your T value. Well, yeah, obviously, I guess we can... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Let's just call it ratio multiplier. As you increase the power, the more it sticks to 0. Yeah. So... Yeah, is it like a graph website? Desmos, is it just Desmos? Yeah. The link got blocked. You'd have to post it with spaces in it or something, so it's not a URL. I mean, yeah, at that point we're basically just doing interpolation easing. You need to be permitted. If you just add like a space in the URL, it'll work. Unless there's a way to just enable URLs temporarily. Is that a thing? I can enable emotes only mode. Apparently. Go mod icons. Yeah. Oh, mod icon. Oh shit, this is mod icons, so I can delete your messages now. Why was that not showing before? Easings.net. Ah, yeah, I know this one. Yes. Dude, I always forget about this fucking website. I remember exactly how it looks. I can never remember the URL. I wanted to show this to Chris at some point. I used to access this all the fucking time when I was doing mobile development. Show us. I mean, I can post the URL, so you can just read it. It's really nice. For people who don't want to open it, I'll open it in Paint. It's this URL. There's a source for this website. That's crazy. This guy has the GitHub URL for /AI. The guy that made easings.net. That's an incredible URL. Holy shit. That's a very valuable URL. I wonder if he's been offered cash for it. Anyway, if I click on something, for example, sine, it tells you the maths function for it. So it tells you all about how it works. But yeah, I could have a handful of baked-in easing functions. That's probably a really good thing to have. These don't visualize time complexities. No. But these are not complicated maths. Yeah, so we, for example, use let's say ease in out cubic, maybe. Don't know how well this works. Just gonna grab this JavaScript, go into maths, see how C++y this JavaScript is. Let's see. This will give us a float x. And then the rest of this is just common, I guess. Pow. std pow. From double to float. Whee. Let's try it. You don't have the maths header, do you? Hey, Donut. I got reminded of easings.net, so I'm just fucking around. I wanted, instead of the fire going straight from white to black in a linear fashion, I want it to stay slightly longer at one location. So I'm just fucking around with some easing functions, because you can multiply this now, can't you, to make it stay longer at one location. I mean, that already looks pretty good. Yeah, the color is in linear space, that's true. I mean, already what we've got here looks pretty good. I really like the little extinguish particle. If you're going from black to white, it's fine. Well, it's not, because I want it to stay at white for longer, is the point. Because white is the color of the fire. It's just like, you know. In this case, it doesn't really matter, yeah. But yeah, so we can multiply, I guess, this by 2. And now I guess it's even more extreme. It's clamping. Or should I be multiplying in here? I guess. You can go a long way with POW X exponent. Thank you. That's good advice. Maybe it's ratio divided by 2? Actually, ratio, I think that was doing, I guess, what we wanted. It's just not clamping at 0. You hide the exponent, the sharper the curve. Okay. Hang on, I guess this was correct. Something like this might work. Oh. Yeah, I know roughly what you mean. A little dark for my tastes, but you posted a linear solution. Where? In Discord. Oh my god, you guys have been posting linear with clamp. Oh, thank you. What's the clamp for? I don't want my color mixing beyond the bounds. X minus t times 1 over 1 minus t 0. Oh. Max. Between that and 0. Oh, hang on actually. Maybe I can just do that. That makes more sense here, I think. So it doesn't go under 0. Oh. I think it still is going under 0. I mean, it's kind of okay with the fire particles for them to look a little cheerful. Max 0 1 is just 1/2 of a clamp. Yeah, yeah. Interesting that it's doing this. Didn't think white to black would do this. I guess it's, yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of messing around. Also, how are you doing, McCall? Sorry. I don't know if I said hi earlier. Maybe I did. Where'd my game go? Did I just quit it? No. Where'd my game go? Oh, whatever. This is kind of what I wanted, I think. I don't know if that whole quart thing is really doing its job right now. I could probably get away with just doing POW. But kind of works. I just think that maybe the maths I'm using right now is a bit expensive for the effect that it's producing. This kind of works. But yeah, averaging of colors is not quite true. Yeah, I remember that. You have to use a proper color interpolation function for that. I remember. For this, it's just okay. I think that looks pretty good. Like this is sort of like going to black before fading. I wonder if a wall being destroyed should be an emitter for like half a second or something. Like it's missing just like a little depth. Makes you appreciate how nice just like the normal SMG looks just running around. It's very clean. But yeah, I was thinking of making it so that when damage was being dealt, we could maybe have like a different color, just to experiment with it. This mean thing isn't currently being used. Hi Flily. Ease. Ratio multiplier or something. You're bored out of your mind. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, this might be a little much for now. What did you just do? Pow X exponent. How does that look? I like this thing you linked as well, Ed. This thing. P dot. I'll just keep it in here as a link for now if I want to come back to it. Was this yours? I thought. Oh no, it wasn't yours. This was UKML, sorry. Next to the power of E. Oh yeah. Oh, to the power of. Yeah. I'll call this KML. What did you call this? Linear with offset or something. Which might be kind of what I want to use, actually. Maybe I'll actually just try and implement this. I think I'm having an easier time just writing this by hand. Hang on. I guess I need... Do I need T as well? I guess T is my offset in this case. And is dot product or is that multiplied by? I'm sorry for my ignorance in maths. Multiply. It is multiplied, right? That's what I wrote at least. So that's a good sign. Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry. Don't listen to me. I was correct, but I didn't need to voice my concerns. When you're looking at mathematical notation and you see a point, like a single dot, it means multiply with. But I was also thinking, like, wait, hang on, is this going to be dot product or something? But no, that makes sense. In Dismos 3D, it is dot product. Okay, well, that's worrying. Okay. It's been a while since uni. It's fine. Sorry. Wow. All right, whatever. Is this linear interpolation with offset? Thanks, buddy. We multiply or dot product. So it wasn't too stupid of a question, is what you're saying. Nice. Your T is always better between 0 and 1. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I called it ratio multiply. What was I actually going to call it? Ratio multiply. That's not correct. Oh, it is called ratio multiply. I'm going to rename this to ratio offset. There you go. Multiplying is just the dot of two integers. Huh. Let's just multiply each entry and add. I guess so. Try typing x to the power of k into Desmos with a slide of a k and zoom into the 0 to 1 box. N equals x to the power of... Well, he's got t if I'm reusing his terminal. Ah. Yeah, that looks nice. It occasionally goes a little fucked. T is x. T is x? You're confusing the shit out of me, I'm sorry. I thought X is X and T is T. Let me make a new one. Hang on. Give me a new Desmos. Sorry, T is X? N equals X to the power of K. Add a slider for K. Sometimes he's a special lad. This is cool. What a fun website. He likes to go into the backwards realm. Alright, let's see. This is with the linear with offset. Ah. Offset is 1.2. Good point, me. I should fix that. Whee! This basically means it won't fade until the right near the end. Come to use T for interpolation and stuff because it's an abstract time. Yeah. That makes sense. In which case, time is X. Yeah, okay, fine. I see what you mean. Okay, I think I'm calculating it backwards. But it is working. I should expect it to be the other way around. Right? If your offset is at 1, it will be dividing 0 as 1 minus 1 is 0. Oh. So I should be checking if it's less than 1. It might assert. Something like that. Divided by... Ah. No, wait, this is 1 minus 1 is divided by 0. Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. My music ended. Dude, I finally caught up with the main story of Blue Archive. When the fuck are they adding more? Oh. Alright. This is basically what I was doing earlier, but better. Feels like it. Like the proper way of doing it. Anyway, this here. It's tinting between the end and the start, but I feel like the offset is back to front. Like, I feel like it's 0.8, I feel like should mean that it's well, I guess I'm putting in end color first. So I guess I could just rename ratio offset as ratio bias towards end color. And then that simplifies things a little bit. Taking a hot minute to recompile, huh? Sorry, components. I think this is perfect. It looks very similar to the nice easing function, but for this use case. But it's probably a lot faster to calculate. So for this, it's perfect. I think. Is it? I can't tell. I think it's good. I think I just need to tweak it a bit. Oh, it'll be other places that I'm spawning stuff. The divide is fine. Compared to what the other one. The other one's still good, by the way. The one from easing. I'll just, like... I think it's easing.net, right? I want to use this maybe more when I'm, like, trying to move something, and I want it to move in a particular way. We can use this to make our acceleration a little nicer in some places, for example. So I'll keep this in here as a reminder. But yeah, I mean, this divide is nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's fine. Yeah, I need to centralize this stuff because this is nuts. Maybe it's fine. Might just be the case that they don't fade that quickly. Like putting little symbol comments. Oh, to show off the... Yeah, I won't do that, but I think that's cool. I like that enough. There's only so many characters there. Oh, I'm tired. I mean, we've done a lot of work for today, right? Maybe we can just stop here. Next time, maybe we'll add smoke to rocket launchers. Rockets. Because that's as simple as attaching a particle emitter to the rocket. You know? That'll be a nice easy thing to start with next time. That'll take no time. This looks pretty good. We've done good work today. We've got like particle emitters was the main thing. And the burning does stuff over time and it builds up and goes away. You're purging VS Code from your PC, this shit's gonna kill you. What are you gonna use instead? Sea Lion has a community edition now. It is looking good. Oh, I was gonna make it so when they took damage it was gonna be like red. I can very quickly do that. Maybe. This thing. If you will be so kind. Loud. Python? PyCharm. You're using VS Code for Python? I'm sorry to hear that. Just curious. Did your suggestions not work? Oh, the k to the power of t to the power of k thing. I didn't try it. Or pow x 2. That sort of thing. Oh, the stuff you showed me cool. Oh. Yeah. This code's a real bitch. Kinda looks a little bit like blood. It's a bit much, maybe. Oh, I've just realized it ignores the alpha. Probably. Should fix that. Hey, caps locked. I appreciate that. How you doing, bud? What was I doing? Oh. I should be doing this after the alpha stuff. Please run the program. Now it kind of looks like they're like bleeding. A bit strong maybe, but... Hey Ollie, I'm about 2 minutes from finishing my stream. Thanks for the raid. You like, look, I can set the mice on fire now. I spawn hundreds of mice. Hey Visodog. Welcome, welcome. How was the stream? I'm sure Ollie was owning it today. What were you playing? I haven't had dinner yet. Birthday stream! Happy birthday! Little Ollie unofficial, twitch.tv/. Damn, I should raid you. Gonna put your stream back on, I can send them back. I don't know about the blood, it's a bit strong, but yeah. I hope you guys had a pleasant one. What were you doing? Reverse raid, EP. I'm EP, I haven't eaten yet, it's 9:30. You like the fire? This looks cool, right? When the mice catch fire, they like build up in heat. So they have like a heat meter that eventually hits an ignition point and then they catch fire. And then they take damage over time and then they cool down and steam comes off. 1- raid, holy shit. Look at the steam. He's no longer going to take damage when he's steamy. Well, also just when he's no longer on fire. Also, damage over time is currently disabled, so... whatever. I don't really like the blood that much. I think they need to be a different particle, but whatever. That's a job for next time. Looks good enough for now. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for the raid. I hope you enjoyed the 2 minutes of stream. And have a nice birthday. I'll be back maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Good night. Bye bye. Big biceps. Nah, I did leg day today. Alright. Bye bye.